Hello. Hello. Does everyone hear me? How is the sound? Okay. Thanks for the yeah. Thanks for that. Okay. So here we are, the second game of the LG Cup, the LG final, and so we've got a few moves, and it's a good time to start the game. So I'll go back to the beginning. And this is pretty common opening with black playing the double space Shimari here. And when white plays the approach, um, black can sometimes play a pincer, but almost always it's considered okay for white to press here. And something like this might happen, in which case white's probably going to do something towards the upper left corner. People are starting to think that this is good for white. This is actually one of the more complicated, the more complicated things could happen with this if black pushes through and cuts. I've actually tried this in some of my games with mixed results, so it's hard to say whether this is going to work. It's going to be really, even if white just pulls back here, there's the variation where white continues to pull back, and black can actually hope to capture. Uh, I've come this far, I might as well do it. Okay, so black actually wins the race to capture. But this is fairly even with some aji, some potential for white to be forcing from outside. And also there's a lot of variations where white tries harder to save those zones with something like this, for instance. And it gets really, really complicated. So I'll leave that there. It's a dangerous variation for either side, but I sort of, in this opening, maybe it has potential for black when black has this big area in the upper left part of the board. And there's all sorts of fights that can stem from this. I'm not seeing the top players actually trying this with black, but I have in a few games. But usually people are answering here. They don't like white to press at the 5-5 point. That's the 5-4 point is. And white plays a big Shimari too, a big corner enclosure. And we have the 3-3 point here. So far, this opening is going to get good points with a computer analysis. And this move is sort of new to me. This is the interesting move. And I think normally black would just play in the center of the side. I think this would be more standard. And uh, the probably objectively the better move. But what black is trying to do here I think with this move, black is aiming at a weakness in the corner. So for instance, if white does something like this, when black plays here, there's all sorts of stuff that can happen in the corner. And if white cuts here, black will escape from the ladder. And so this ladder is going to hit that black stone at P6. If white plays, this is another move that can be played. It's going to be fairly difficult for white to kill this black group. So black might try something like this in this case. And you can see that that mark stone is beginning to come into play. So I think that's the idea behind black's large extension. Other things that could happen, let's see if I can explore some other possibilities. We have some time here. I think the game is slowing down a little bit. So Otherwise, white could pull down here. That would be a relatively safe move. And then play a hane here. And in this case, maybe white's going to play here. Something like this. Black will be able to live in the corner. Or if white covers here, black jumps out to this side. So this kind of fight could happen. It could get exciting. And this move that white played, it's a really weird shoulder hit. I believe it's actually functioning as a ladder break. So that's a ladder breaking move is what white is trying to do here. By playing this stone, probably would answer this somehow. When black plays this way and this way, white's going to be able to capture these stones in a ladder. So white is getting rid of that potential that black had in the corner, and it makes a big difference. So against this large corner enclosure, this attachment at the start point has become a very important, a major move that black is aiming to play. And so erasing that with this shoulder hit is something that I understand. The other way that black can use this start point would be to play here first. And let's see, let's have something like this happen. And then when black plays the start point, black is aiming at the double hane instead of cutting at the 3-3 point. And in this case, black would be able to connect up underneath, and this would be okay for black. This looks like it's going to be good for black with this stone on the left side also functioning a little bit. And white's going to be in trouble in the center of the board. So that's the other way black could make use of the weakness there in the corner. Okay, here we are back in the game. So black pincered instead. And I think the idea with this pincer is that white cannot cleanly connect up to the center. So if white pushes from the center, then black can play here and bump against to cut white off. So basically black is making that push on the fifth line a bad move, because otherwise that would be the move. If black had played, let's say, if black had played something like this, this is a fairly important move on the left side, then white would have this move that would connect white up to that stone in the upper right. It would be a fairly good looking move to me, at least. So by playing the pincer, black has taken away white's best local move. And white invades here. And this is taking advantage of black's overextension on the left side. I would go back to that point where black played here. The normal move was to play somewhere around here, where black has a better is better coordinated with that corner enclosure in the upper left, and still has room to extend out towards the lower left corner. So locally, this was an overextension, and I think black was okay with playing it because black did have that potential attachment here, which black was probably planning on immediately trying out with the next move. And white got rid of that. So maybe black should have, if I were black, I would be thinking of continuing in the lower left area to try to get something like a local advantage and avoid the danger of white invading the left side. So this would be the defensive move here. And an offensive move would be playing a kakari here. And this would be aiming at that attachment that I was talking about before, with this attachment here. Sorry, and the diagonal move here. So this would be aiming at that. And if white answers from the corner, then black would have room to play here. This is always a good point, a good distance from white's wall. It's about the right distance. People used to play further away from walls, but nowadays people play a three space distance from the wall, looking at potential to actually attack it, because black has not only taken away the corner territory, the whole idea behind this early invasion at the 3-3 point is that in some game positions, black has taken away white's space at the same time. And there's the question from Thumper, would that shoulder hit have been played before AI? And I sort of doubt it. Let's go back to the shoulder hit. Oh, here we are, yeah. So I sort of doubt it because before AI, we didn't even have the idea that this was a good move. This move was pretty much, it was at least extremely unusual. Before, it was the AlphaGo versus AlphaGo series, I think, where we started to see this move. AlphaGo playing itself against itself, and that was an advanced. I think it was. Actually, it's been a few years now. I don't really have a clear recollection. I believe it was in the 50 games that Master played against itself. So it was an advanced version of Master, or maybe I saw it in some of the AlphaGo Zero games, which was the final stage of AlphaGo. But before that, we didn't really think that this was. We hadn't really researched this kind of play for black, and so white would have no reason to want to play that shoulder hit, which is in this game it was functioning as a ladder breaking move. Yeah. So in a way, that's DDX is right in saying that the shoulder hit is for breaking the ladder and not about AI. But still, I think that the situation in the lower left corner is very much related to the fact that we have been studying with AI. Even with the fact that white has played that two-space corner enclosure, that's a move that was not very popular before AI. So to continue with the game, white now invades here, and you can see white has, I think white has a local advantage here and has potential to attack that black stone on the left side. And as we have seen in previous games, for instance, the first game of this series, KJ seems to like to get weak groups. He likes to take territory, and he's pretty good at dealing with his weak groups. So maybe he's inviting this kind of fight. And black, this is an important move. If black had just jumped out, that would have been safe. I wonder where white will play in this. Like, white could play a simple extension here, or white could play a bit further, closer to the black's corner enclosure, and this would be aiming at moves like this next, which would be a bit troublesome for black. So maybe something like this. And, well, just for instance, if something like this happened, white would have the beginnings of a base on the left side, and black would be baseless. So this would be a fairly one-sided fight, good for white. So it's pretty important, even though it seems that black's falling behind in the race out into the center, it's pretty important for black to be playing here to take away white's space, giving black not only the potential territory on the left side, but it's important that black is taking away white space. Okay, Philippe Coco, I hope I'm pronouncing this close to the right pronunciation, is asking, these kinds of aggressive moves are more popular because AI has shown them to be effective, but should lower ranked or lower skilled players still stay away from them? And basically, it's your choice. I still prefer to be on the attacking side. So my style is, people have their own styles, basically. And when you're not a professional player, I think most players have difficulty with the defensive side. So I don't really advise you to copy the AI style unless you like it. And you know, it's good to experiment with various things. Okay, YSF Memories asks, assuming black gets Sente to play the top right eventually, what kind of moves black might consider? The top right is not so important. White would be thinking of playing the 3/3 point at some time. Um, this point to make a living shape in the corner, something like this, or maybe sometimes this way. So this would be white's plan. Locally, black could play, let's take the game one move forward. Locally, black could play something like this, but it's not that much, it's just a territorial move. It's not all that important. So I'd say it's not an urgent area. Black has played the key point at M3, so that was the important move that is taking control of the upper side. And after that, capturing the one white stone is maybe not so important. Okay, so white jumped around on the fifth line. This is standard shape, and black jumped out. So now white invades here. And this whole fight is, a lot of it is centered around the fact that this corner enclosure in the upper left has a weakness because it's a two-space corner enclosure. And so black plays here, and white is going to try stuff there. And locally, this kind of move would be, let's see if I can make a variation for the cut. This would be one thing that white would be looking to play. In this case, maybe black would just do it this way. And let white live in the corner, because the fight on the left side is fairly heated up at this point. So if white does something like this, and black does something like this, white would be in trouble on the left side. So white pulled back, and okay, and covered here. Now locally, black can save those two stones. One way to do that would be to push through here and cut here. And white has a choice of squeezing or just sacrificing. So I would probably want to squeeze like this. And if black cuts here, white can squeeze this way, making a strong shape on the outside. And maybe white would just squeeze from this side. So I would want to throw it anyway. So let's do it this way. I would squeeze all the way, just because this is taking away the peep here for black. And it's a living shape. So I would like this for white. If black is persistent and plays this way, black has not really gained anything yet when white gets to connect underneath. In this case, white still has potential to live and would get the first move towards the center. So black's not gaining anything there. And if black goes down, this is going to die. Well, it's going to be a ko, but the ko is bad for black. So I would squeeze this way. That would be my plan. Although in some game positions, when black pushes through and cuts here, in some cases, white can make a trade like this to get a good position on the upper side. So this is another way white can do it. So black played away, yes. Very flexible. I think I'm caught up to the moves. So it's a good time for me to relax a bit and wait for some questions, maybe. I think I finally learned to embed the chat. So tell me if it looks okay. Black leaving the option to attempt potentially b10. b10 is a shape that black could play, actually, yes. But you know, with the potential at b10 and various things, maybe the left side it's pretty big, but I can understand black's playing away. It is difficult to play away in this kind of position where the black was trying to get some kind of an attack on white, but maybe it doesn't look like it's working very well. Okay, yeah. The chat was interesting. I was reducing the wrong window, and that was what made it cut off the last time. Okay, Glenner is asking, he missed the start of my review. The explanation for white 07, the shoulder hit, was that it was a ladder breaking move. And I like Dusty Baduk's question is that what kind of preparation do professionals do for big matches or for any matches? I would say it's the same. Mostly with computers, I think that there's two ways to use artificial intelligence, the neural networks. One would be to test ourselves against them. And just to play them, to see our weak points and stuff like that, because we can get insight from the scores that the computer gives to various positions or moves. And the other way that I like to use programs like Katago, for instance, is to play around with openings. So it's basically very much like I'm just amusing myself, but of course it does connect to strategies that I'll have in real games. So I'm just playing around with opening ideas that I have, and it helps a great deal to have the computer giving scores to the various moves that I try out and suggesting moves for me sometimes. Hmm. I think this fight is turning out really okay. It looks okay with white for me, because black's group there in the on the left side of the board, it is a bit, it's still sort of floating around a bit. And black does not have any sizable territories to make up for it. But it's probably a very subtle difference. I would prefer to play with white, but I'm not so sure how much white is ahead. A lot of good questions here. Jose Piccioni, do you have recommendations for learning new wave josegis? Early, not only early 33 invasions, but Aji around 2-point extension enclosures. So that the two space corner enclosures, such as we had in the lower left and upper left corner, I suppose. Well, when you play a small corner enclosure nowadays, people will attach against it, and that's actually attaching against small corner enclosures is something that I liked to do even before AIs came around. And and if you want to avoid that, big corner enclosures are important, but you have to realize that, for instance, in this position, for instance, that we have right now, that corner does not have a very strong grasp on the corner territory, and you have to be ready to live with that. And the trade-off is that white does have more speed towards the sides and the center. So in this case, white would have a potential attack against black on the left side of the board, but white played away. So I'm not so sure about that anymore. Are there positions where my evaluation is significantly different from AI's evaluation? And what do I do? This is a question from YSF Memories. Obviously, yes. There's positions where I do have a different assessment of the position, and computers are super strong. So I'm probably wrong. So I go with that assumption, and I try to figure out what the meaning of the suggested move is, or what the meaning of that positional assessment is. And so I'm just trying to learn from the computer in that case. Hmm. So the game is proceeding a little bit. Right. Thumper is saying he's tempted to complete the corner enclosure by adding a stone to it. Um, if I were white, if I was just looking locally at this position, I would probably want to add a stone here, which is the most, if white is going to defend the corner, that's a fairly active move that it takes away black space. There would be a bit of aji here on this side, or otherwise white could be playing something out, which would also be a very natural move that splits the two black groups and is starting to put some pressure on black on the left side. But the drawback of this would be that black would be probably finding a way to jump into the, for instance, something like this would be bad for white. So black would be finding a way to jump into the corner. Maybe it would go this way. Either way, black would be sliding into the corner. So white had this choice, and it was interesting that instead of doing that, white is switching to the upper right. Once white has done this, I think the upper right area has heated up. YSF Memories is thanking me for asking all the questions. Questions actually help me to move forwards with the analysis when I've caught up with the moves. So it's a good thing to have questions. So thank you. Otherwise, a super conservative way to finish the corner enclosure would be this one. But when you play a move like this, you sort of wish that the corner enclosure had been at that point to start with, because there's an excessive moves there. It's a bit over concentrated. Dusty Baduk is asking what style of Go do I like to play. Um, I like originally I like to attack, so that's my basic style. Um, with my setting with artificial intelligence, I have sort of slighted a bit towards the territorial style because computers do tend to take territory more than thickness, you might say. So I have changed a bit, I suppose. I think that it's true of any professional player that in order to stay competitive, you have to be willing to change all the time because you can't just be playing the same game every time. The attachment at h16, that would be Conscious Breaks is asking, could white have played the attachment at h16? This is all sort of a moot point once this fight on the upper right is started, but this is another way that white could be splitting the two black groups. A very natural move. Black might be actually moving a bit further into the corner. Something like this, for instance, with some, and then something like this. I think the idea is that it would not be such a strong attack on black's group on the lower side, and it would depend on how well white could attack black on the left. Peter is thanking me for fixing the chat. That was the way it happened was a bit counterintuitive. I was fixing it in my program, and it turns out I had to fix it in the chat window. So the size of the chat, that is. So it took me a while to realize that. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a break now for some tea and stuff, and I'll come back. Oh, thank you, Frank Lee. And I'll come back in about um, I'd say half an hour. Just to ask the final question there, I'd say I like KJ's style. He plays dangerous games, and he's really a funny person just to watch. He's entertaining. So I'll be back. This time I think I'll be back in 30 minutes. I'll just be popping in and out and taking a break when the moves stop. So let's see. Oops. Timer up there. So I will be back. Hello, I'm back. How is the sound? Does everyone hear me? Very good, Derek. Thank you. So I'll start with my commentary again. Let's see, I left off somewhere around here. When white played a Hane on top of the two black stones, this was a very solid move that KJ chose to play. And white just connected here. And I was looking at this position a little bit with Katago because it was, the big question is what can white do in the upper right corner? Because if this is going to be a black's territory as it stands, it's going to be too much. So white started with this making a ko. And the move that kept coming up in the computer analysis was white playing an attachment here. So this is sort of going to be linked up with the ko. It has to do with the idea of playing that ko. And if black pushes through here, it does get sort of complicated, but white does have the potential of attacking these two black stones on the upper side. Or if black crawls, then this is threatening white playing here now to attack black in the center. This would be painful for black in that white is threatening the cut here. And to connect, if black plays there, white would just play here again. And this would still threaten the cut here. So this would be a problem for black. Or if black played on this side, then white could start attacking on this side. So this looks like, although black might be able to capture those white stones in the upper right, white's going to get a lot of mileage out of the squeeze. So this was maybe what white should have done. And in this co-fight, is the computer suggesting that at some point black should extend towards the center. And this would lead to a final ko. This is going to be, if white cuts here, it's going to be a ko that black cannot afford to lose. So for most ko threats, black would just ignore whatever white does and fill the ko. So like, for instance, this kind of move, black would probably just fill the ko. And it's a very important ko there. I'm not so sure about moves like this, which would be starting things in the lower right and maybe potentially too much of a loss for white in this area. White can feel to finish the ko with this move, which is sort of, it's very satisfying for white to be able to finish the ko like this, taking a big territory in the corner. But white's loss in the lower right is also pretty big. So I'm not so sure about that variation. So in the game at this point, let's get back to the game variation. White is taking the ko, and looks like it's stopped here. Oh no, black played an attachment in the lower left corner. I wonder if we're having some trouble with the server. Okay, this one looks better. Let's change that. Okay, that's good. Well, when you have a ko like, that's a good question. This is Derek Neal asking, do I have advice on evaluating the size of ko threats? And trying to there is a way to make a calculation, but I don't really think it's a good idea to try to do that too much. Basically, if you have a direct call, which this position in the upper right is not a direct call, that makes it more complicated. But if you have a direct call, you just have to read a few moves ahead, um, assuming your opponent ignores your call threat, and just ask yourself the question, am I willing to play in this position? And that question will depend on your ability in the game, of course, and it will depend on a lot of things, but it's the best answer that you can get yourself. Like there is a way, there is a kind of an algorithm where you can calculate the size of a code threat by dividing the difference of various positions. It's a lot of work, and you get a number which doesn't really mean very much, especially in a middle game position like this. It can give you an exact value in end game positions, where an exact value is more important. It's more significant. So I think the most important question is, are you willing to play that game? So from the viewpoint of computer programs, they can be giving various scores to positions that the player, even a top professional, will be happy with playing in some cases. And sometimes it's okay not to care the fact that the computer is giving you something like 45% or 40%. That's a very small difference if you're looking at the point difference in some cases. So when you're looking at indirect codes like this, Black has the leisure of playing a code threat that is not like an Atari or a very forcing code threat. Black can play code threats that are not like that, because the code only starts when White plays one more move in the upper right. So Black in the lower left, Black played a move that was sort of it was this move here, the attachment at the start point. It's sort of hard to say whether this was a code threat, or was it maybe Black's just starting another fight here. In fact, that's what it turned out to happen. So the idea with this move is that so the code it hasn't really started yet. So that's the point behind Black's move. So in the lower left corner here, if White plays this way, then Black's going to connect up here, and is probably going to end up sacrificing those two stones on the left. Maybe taking a position, I don't know, maybe Black would connect here instead. And White would be able to, oh, maybe not. Maybe White would not be able to capture the two stones on the left. Maybe White would just scroll here and jump out. Something like this. So this is the idea that Black had with that attachment at the start point, the marked stone. And so White played a Hane on the other side. When White does this, Black has two choices basically, but this one depends on the ladder. So again, the ladder is so short that I can just put it here. It doesn't work for Black. So when White can capture that stone on the fourth line, Black has to go straight down in this case. A Hane on the first line. This is on the first line, but when White does this, it's not such a good shape for White either, with that weakness at this point left behind. There's a weak shape there. White might play this way. It's the same. Black is alive on the side. So this is what Black is probably aiming at. In the game, White covered once. That's an interesting. Locally, and Black played away. So this is sort of confusing. In Black playing these three moves in the lower left and then playing away. That took me by surprise. Locally, Black would continue probably with the solid connection. Sorry, let's go back a move. Black would probably continue with the solid connection. And usually White answers here, after which Black can connect up to the side. If White plays here, this could get exciting, but it looks dangerous for White. So first we could try this one. And locally white is lost. Although white can push through here. I think this corner territory is looking pretty big for black, a big black territory. So I think if black connects here, white's probably going to play this way, and black could play here. And white would maybe continue. I would want to continue by separating the black groups. E2, that's Thumper asking, isn't E2 more efficient? This is another way that black can connect up. But black does sort of need, black really needs one more move to settle the lower side. And the thing I didn't like about this move, the reason I didn't choose it the last time, is that it's not putting so much pressure on white in the corner. When black, it's a subtle difference. But when black plays here, and for instance, something like this would be threatening to play a hane here next, which would cut this off. So white will probably connect here, and when stuff like this happens, the white group is not completely alive. And so that gives black some potential to hope to attack it later. Whereas if black plays this move, and for instance, black has a number of moves to choose from now, but if black plays something like this, it's not a significant improvement for black's shape on the lower side. And white has something fairly close to a living shape on the left. So that's that move that white played at 2, playing on Tori on the first line. It's actually bigger than it might look. So I like the solid connection in this case, but that's always a choice that black has. In some cases, the hanging connection, this variation, is going to be better. And black does have the choice of playing something a bit more loose as the final move. So black plays away. In the upper right corner, this is probably still the computer move here. And this is setting up a squeeze from the center. For instance, if black plays something like this, white will get this forcing move, which is good already, even if black can capture those stones on the right. And if black plays this way, black will play this way. Then white will be putting more pressure on black stones on the top. So for instance, if black plays here, it looks like it's going to be a ko. It's going to be a ko for who wins the race to capture here. Or if black crawls. So while white is not getting any immediate local gain in territory, white is squeezing from the center and pushing black down to the second line, and still has potential, for instance, maybe this way, still has potential to reduce black's territory. So I like this variation for white, and it does work well with the idea that later on white will want to attack black on the left side here, or in the center. So white is building thickness towards the center of the board in an efficient fashion. I think this is working well with the overall board position. And that's why the computer was suggesting that black should at any point be playing this move, which is inviting white to start a direct ko. But it is going to be, if black wins that ko, it's going to be a big territory, about 30 points. So black takes the ko. And just for those of you who are planning, it might be the rest of the night or whatever for you. Um, I'll probably be going on for close to half an hour, and then it'll be time for a lunch break for me. And then I'll come back in maybe about an hour after that. Sam A asks, do players ever initiate a ko with the goal of losing it and playing two moves um, elsewhere? And that's sort of implied in the fact that you're starting a ko. Like it's offering a trade. Um, makes kos so exciting. The fact that they are offering a trade and they completely change the arrangement of the board position, like areas that where your territory will be traded to be opponents' territories, and you get something in return for that. And so the trade is implied, and so it's not like you're tricking your opponent, but it's more like you are offering a trade where you get something back in some other part of the board. And the reason that they're relatively difficult is that it's relatively easy to assess um, a local fight, but codes generally are trades between different parts of the board, and they're going to be bad for the um, various people. Hmm. Uh, Joshin Stripe is asking, do I have an impression that Go Books magazines and other print media have suffered a decline in Japan? Um, I think that, well, yeah, just my doing this indicates that I think that we're moving towards the internet now, and that probably implies some decline in the. I have a bias towards paper myself, but I do think it's in a decline just because the internet is becoming more prominent. So this is an interesting move by White. White didn't go after those black stones in the corner, but is attacking on a larger scale. So it's this black group on the left side of the board, and that ko in the upper left. White is still aiming at. Okay, White is still aiming at this move. I think this is the move that White should be aiming to make use of. Which is going to squeeze black a little bit and add to attack in the center. Um, but he's not doing. It's interesting that White has not done that yet. But White would be looking at that kind of thing combined with an attack on black here on the left side of the board. So the natural move for black here would be to jump out into the center. Hmm. But he might be thinking of doing something on this side first to see what White's response is. Jose Piccioni asks, do I have a favorite all-time player? Players, um, I think that historical players, just the fact that they did not have computers allowed them to be more different from each other. And so people like I enjoy all of the old players like Dosaku. Hoimbo Dosaku is one of my favorites. His sharpness in the middle game is very refreshing. And more recently, I would say Chochikun is he also plays a very sharp game. Um, a lot of reading necessary to understand what's going on. Let's get back to the board position. Yes. And I like KJ for a foreign player. I mean, for a Chinese player. Jim Hurley is asking about the $50 Patreon tier, and that's I'm offering for $50. I'll be playing a teaching game, which will, depending on how the schedule works, it could be a simultaneous game. But after the game, there will be a Zoom review. So I'll be using the OGS. OGS is my preferred Go server when I do that. And I'll be using the OGS interface to show the variations and the Zoom link to talk to, because that's just it will be so much easier than chatting in text. So that's the idea I have, and it's just starting. And the whole lesson will be about 90 minutes. And if you're a Patreon, you're making a monthly payment. So the lesson is monthly also. And there's some other benefits when there's stuff like early access to videos and stuff like that. Derek Neal has asked, will I ever use the Sanrensei again in tournament games? Um, maybe not actually. Um, with the way people are jumping into 3 points, it seems wide open. Um, it's not really so bad that people would automatically lose because they played it. So I think it's still okay to play. It's just that my style has shifted a little bit away from that, and I would probably be happier if I was going to play a Moyo type of game. I would probably be happier with the Chinese opening. So that's something I might play. I did write the book on it, yes. But I stopped playing the Sanrensei probably about 20 years ago. So that was before, and it wasn't just AI that made me stop doing that. Very much like KJ to play this move. With this move, black is completely finished off that white group in the upper right. And that's around 30 points. So black, if we look at the entire board, black has more than 50 points now. And a lot of weak groups. And that's a whole half of the board almost. The lower left quarter plus some extra area there is where black has a lot of weak groups. So it's very much, that's why I say it's very much like KJ to play this way, because he's sort of daring his opponent to attack. The M4 move, oh yes, so Conscious Breaks was asking, is the M4 move easy for professionals to see? Yeah, and I think that, let's go back to that position. That's interesting. It is, in a way, a kind of a blind spot, because black has just played this smart move, and it seems that the natural shape would be to play here and see if black plays here or black plays here. Maybe something like this. But basically, although this is the natural shape move, the problem with this is that now those white stones in the corner are just dead. There's no way I can see that white can save them. So it's just too much, that white stone in the upper right corner I'm talking about. So it's just too much territory that white's giving black. So I think a stronger player should immediately have the idea of trying something. And that's what white did with the corner here. But so when this move is the natural shape, there is a kind of a block to be playing this move, which allows black to push through here. But of course, with that black stone in trouble on the upper side, I don't really think this is bad for white if white gets the whole side there. So with that, if black's going to be doing stuff like this, then white does get to cover up the center eventually also. So the shape would be fixed to a certain degree. The weakness in white's shape is what I'm talking about. So I think it's conceivable, but there is a slight block. But you can see that when he plays the game move, the only way that this could possibly function is if white is thinking of, at some point, for instance, if black plays backs away from the ko, for instance. The only way that this could function for white is if white's going to combine it with this attack. So I would say that it's not that Shin Min-jun did not think of this move. It's just that it's more of a question of the timing of when he wants to do it. But I would like to do this at any time if I was white. I think that the fact that white has this potential attack starting on the left side of the board makes this a no-loss variation for white. It's a variation where white is squeezing black a little bit in an area that was probably going to end up being black's territory anyway. So the fight switches to the lower side. Mark Bakke, do you think says that do you think the komi will eventually increase since top computer programs seem to prefer black? But they seem to prefer black with 6.5 komi, but I think they seem to prefer white usually with a 7.5 point komi. So it's that's what I've seen so far. The computers scores or assessment do shift a little bit as they upgrade or update the network files. So it might be a bit fluid still, but if 6.5 is not enough and 7.5 is too much, we don't really want to play with 7 points komi, although that might be considered the best in a way, in a pure manner. The problem is that it would give us a potential to have a lot of draws, which would be bad. As far as tournaments are concerned, it's bad to have draws. The Chinese rules, and then PC Screen says, is asking about maybe the Chinese rules will go down to 6.5, and that's not going to happen because of a slight difference in the rule system, which it doesn't allow they don't work. It doesn't work that way. They can't move down to 6.5. Jack Carey asked, how would I describe the difference in playing styles of KJ and Shin Min-jun? I think it was fairly well demonstrated in the first game of this three-game match, in which KJ was under attack and he kept on taking the territory and left his weak groups and actually fought very strongly in the center, even though he had a weak group on the right, and he settled everything and won the game. So that's basically KJ's style. Is he doesn't really he isn't afraid of having weak groups, and he just loves to take extra territory, and he has really good positional judgment too. So that's the advantage he has and has had when he was the top world player. That's his strong point, I think. His ability to handle the weak groups and take a lead that way. And Shin Minjung, I think he's a very solid player. Um, and he sort of overdid it in the first game of this round. But again, in this game also, he is playing a game that is, you might say, a thick position, a strong position towards in all places. He doesn't like to build weak groups, and it looks like in this game he's trying to make an attacking game out of it also. And so I'd say that's his style. I'm not so familiar with Shin Minjun's style. Right, Jigo enhances the game, as Conscious Break says. But yes, and then he adds that the scheduling would be worse, and scheduling is it's really tough already with the tournament schedules, and I think they have a lot of trouble coordinating the international tournaments too when there's um, multiple countries participating. So with this move, white is going to cut black here. So the normal move, the normal shape move would be when black plays a move like this, you usually think of pulling back or playing a hane here. This would allow black to play this way, and I think black would move back to the corner here with this move. When when white bumps against here, it looks like white is planning to cut here, and with black I would play here. And I guess this wins the local fight for white. And black would play something on the outside. Black does have a lot of territory. In the D17 group, Derek Neal is asking how worried should black be at this point about the D17 group. At this point, well, in this variation, it looks like it's going to die. Black does have the potential to cut here and make some use of it from that direction. So for instance, with something like this, black would be getting some forcing moves from the direction of that weak group that black has on the left side. So black can can reuse these stones in the corner by playing forcing moves from the side there. So it's okay for black to sacrifice. I think sacrificing these stones in the lower left corners is an option that black is thinking about. Six F is having a birthday today in Baltimore, so happy birthday. So apart from this move, which seems the very natural move here, another shape that could happen is something like this. Doesn't look so good for black. Or something like this. Black could try something like this as a kind of a curveball, trying to trying to get better shape, for instance, with something like this, and move out. This would connect that stone at h17, so it would be a better connection to that stone. Or if white pushes through, then black can move out this way. So if black is deciding against this move, maybe something like this would be the next choice. Oh, the hanging connection first. White's probably going to answer that with an Atari underneath. So with this move, potentially black has committed to saving those stones. Okay, two great questions just came out. So Conscious Break says the pros go into a game knowing what opening they want to play, and you do see them taking time thinking for the first couple of moves. And I think that's kind of an old-fashioned thing. People used to take a lot of time going into the first few moves. Sometimes you just have a kind of a mood, and you make the decision. I think it depends on the player. Some players just make their decision as the game starts, just a kind of a intuition type of thing where they decide, oh, okay, today I'm going to do this. When you're playing with the black stones and you've played the first move of the game, you do have a certain degree of control over what kind of opening it's going to be. Quite often, I will go into a game with having decided what the first few moves will be for me. But of course, even at move number 2, White's choice will change that. So even if you have decided, you're starting with multiple choices depending on how the opponent responds. And so it's very much a conversation between you and the opponent. It means that you don't really know, even if you have a plan. And Miguel Molina is saying that he doesn't understand why draws are avoided in Go, and comparing it with chess, where you can offer a draw. And there's two reasons I think that works. One of them is that in chess, there's really no good way to avoid some draws. It's just the fact that you get into positions where you cannot get a result, a win result. And I'm not a good enough chess player to say whether that's an amateur thing or including professionals. But it is a part of the rules. It is very real part of the rules. And there's also the fact the way that chess tournaments are set up. They're usually some kind of Swiss tournament where the players are getting 2 points for a win and 1 point for a draw. And it works very well with the system. Whereas Go tournaments are usually they're elimination tournaments where the player is knocked out if he loses. So draws don't work so well with that system. Why did KJ play the hanging connection after the exchange J16? And that would be I17. And this was a question from Santiago Robledo. I hope I pronounced that right. And if he was planning to live, maybe that exchange was bad for him. And that is logic. I think the answer is probably that black is aiming at the weakness at E15. So black is going to make some kind of use of that in escaping. So my guess would be that black is combining it with, well, for instance, maybe thinking of combining with this move. Just getting one extra forcing move. This is pretty forcing white to play the Tari. I would be unhappy if I was not able to play the Tari on the first line here. Just because this Hane here, this would make a lot of difference in Black's eye space. So Black would probably be happy to play something like this, even though that attachment that Black played on the right was bad. So he's asking White's response, and if White plays the Atari underneath, Black still has the option of maybe sacrificing these 4 stones on the left. So it depends on how White reacts, but maybe he's still thinking of sacrificing the stones. Um, Kevin Wu is asking, what do I think about the 2.22 corner move as the first stone in the corner? Maybe I did mention once that there was a computer program that was starting with that. The reason it worked was just because the computer program was probably stronger than the human players, because it is a bad move. Oh, maybe Kevin Wu meant the 3-3 point. The 3-3 point is still played by some players, and some players, um, because of all of the 3-3 invasions that computers do, there are some players who have sort of shifted to a territorial approach to the game, and they like to play the 3-3 point because it's taking the territory, and that seems to be the thing to do now. So some players actually do like the 3-3 point, but it does give you a slightly worse score with the computer analysis. Derek Newell is asking about my personal style. I'm probably I tend to try to find the most active moves and aggressive moves locally, and that means that I play best when I play an attacking style. So um, when I am when I play a strong position and attack the opponent. So maybe I would be playing better with White in this position, but um, in this game, Black's territorial lead is actually very, very big. I would feel uncomfortable if my opponent had such a big territorial lead, because Black has more than 50 points that can be sort of counted. 30 points in the upper right corner, more than 10 points in the upper left, and about 10 points in the lower right. So, and there's no place that I can certainly confidently call White's territory yet at this point. So um, it's a bit disturbing to be so far behind in territory. It looks like in the first game, he was sort of forced to attempt to kill one of KJ's groups. And it looks like this game might be sort of heading in that direction too. So although I like to attack, I don't like it to the extent that I would want to play with White in this position. It looks, I would be a bit worried. Six F is asking about Japanese tournaments in which they play out all the games after a winner is determined. And theoretically, yes. I think you're talking about the round robin tournaments that are the final stage of some of the tournaments. The 3 top tournaments in Japan, the Kisei, the Meijin, and the Hoinbo, have a round robin with somewhere around 10 players. I think it's either something between 8 to 12 players who participate in this final round robin section, depending on the tournament. And it's just a system that, since in a round robin you play all of the games, and actually they usually don't determine the winner until the final stage anyway. So usually it's a pretty close call. There might be 1 or 2 games, usually maybe just 1 game at the end, where some of the players know that they have dropped out of that league. and we already have a winner at that point. But that only happens like in one game, or at the most 2 games, the final 2 rounds or something like that. A white cap in the center looks good. And this is Rick Rubenstein. Yes, a white cap in the center looks good, but okay, let's get back to the game variation just in case. Oh yeah. So white did play the Atari here. Only white pushed through first. Okay, white pushed through. So this is taking the profit on the right. And black cut and white played Atari here. I'd say if black connects, white is going to play Atari and curl here. And if black plays here, this white group is not yet alive, but black's not alive on the outside either. So let's see, how would white continue? If white wanted to live, white could easily live maybe this way. That's 3 points. Um, this would be 4 points. I think white has to go with 3 points. Or white could play a move on the outside. But this would probably lead to some kind of a ko. Yeah. So maybe white just plays here. And on the outside here, white can handle this with this way. And although black will be able to live on the side, now white can play this move. So this way white has a very nice position on the outside. So I'd say that's white's plan. Kevin Wu, thank you. Thank you for the present. I wonder if black is thinking of doing something. So for instance, something like this would be exciting. And if white captures here, this would be a one move win for white, and the squeeze would probably not be good enough for black. Joseph Stripe is asking, what do I think of the female players in Japan? And they have gotten very much stronger in the last decade. I think originally it started with Rinaiwe, who is a Chinese player. She did live in Japan for a while, and she played in Korea for a while, and now she's back in China. And I think she was the beginning of our having extremely strong female players. And then we had a lot of young Japanese female players. Shei Imin was one of the, she's still one of the strongest. And then Fujisawa Arina came up. I think the fact that I don't really understand what the sex difference was anyway. It could have been a cultural thing. It's something I don't really understand. So I think it's just the happening that we had a few very strong players who were competing with the younger players below them that just brought the level up. And they're very formidable now. They're much stronger than they used to be. Okay, Judy Van Den is asking, is the D19 ko ever playable for black? And I would say sometimes, yeah. But it's a pretty heavy ko for black to be playing. That will settle everything for white if black loses that ko. B16, B16. I think he might mean, okay, this is Santiago Rebolodo asking about B16, probably B15 here. This move is a move that springs to mind. Like if white plays on the outside, black can connect here, and this would be good for black. But when white plays here and black cannot capture these white stones, I don't think this is good enough. This is actually um, a positional judgment that has to be made. This would make the black group on the outside very strong, but it would lose the whole lower area. So black would have to make a judgment for the whole board position. But it brings the territory fairly close, and it has not completely finished black's living on the side there, on the left side. For instance, if black continues with let's have black continue with something on the upper side, white can still play here, and black's group does not have two eyes. So I don't really like this for black. That would be my feeling. It's probably fairly close still. Maybe black can find a good move instead of 13. Like this would work well, although white would not allow that. White would bump against here. So maybe something like that could happen. But I think black would rather to be thinking of, for instance, the connection here would be exciting. Kevin Wu is asking me about my languages. I speak English and Japanese fairly fluently, I think, but no other languages. It was just, I think the fact that I actually lived in Japan made it relatively easy for me to learn the language, and I never really did the necessary things to learn some other languages. So just to, there was a question about the ko in the upper right, so I'll answer that by just taking an overall view of the board position. So black has a lead in territory. Black has about 30 points in the upper right. That corner is settled. And usually I would call this lower right area a territory of about 10 points for black, although that can shift a little bit. And black has more than 10 points in the upper left corner. So black has more than 50 points. And it means that although black is in a lot of trouble in the lower left area, if black can handle that somehow, then it will be difficult for white to catch up in territory. So it's basically the same story that was happening in the first game, where KJ took a significant lead in territory, and had to deal with weak groups. So blacks played a move here. The difference between this move and blacks playing down on the second line here is going to be, the difference is when white plays in the corner. So when black plays here and white plays here, now black can capture this white stone. And white would continue this way maybe, but this would be playable for black. Let's see, how is black going to do this? Maybe just this way. So this is much smaller than the previous territory that white had on the lower side. If white plays here, then black can play here. See what this looks like. This would be, if white can fill this liberty If white cannot fill the liberty, then black's going to win. So this would be good for black. If white can fill the liberty, then white's going to win. So this would probably be a call with black playing here. Otherwise, white could make the trade. Oh, so this is how the game is proceeded. Conscious Breaks asks, he often hears that there's a lack of interest in Go from the younger population in Japan as compared to China and Korea. I think I agree with this to a certain extent. And it's more popular in China and Korea, especially China. I think it's because it's a more rewarding profession in those countries. And basically it's the rewards are better. And it's something that people want to be, like a baseball player or something like that. So white can continue locally. Actually, white did play once in the upper right corner. White can continue locally in the lower left, or since the corner is alive, white can leave it. And so when white takes this stone in the upper right, it sort of makes me think that white is thinking of making use of the aji there. So that would be, yes, this move. Which is threatening to connect underneath, and there is some potential for the cut at D at 05. So that's stopping white from connecting underneath. And let's see. EWHPT4 is asking, do I think Americans will be able to compete with other countries? And Go, I'm sure he means. I would say yes, because of the fact that computer programs are so strong. People can train with computers. When before Americans, like when I was learning the game, it was a long time ago, and we didn't even have internet. So with no internet, there was a limited number of players I could play. And then there came the internet that gave people opportunities to become much stronger than they were before. And now they have AI, so they have professional level, higher than professional level AIs to play against or to study with. It means that people have the opportunity to become stronger. But the problem is that they need sponsorship basically to be able to spend time on it. They can study hard in their teens maybe when they're, but to a certain degree. But if they are not going to make a livelihood of it, then they have to prepare to have a real profession instead. So I think it depends on the fact that America does not yet have sponsors willing to support professional Go players. I think we have to pass that hurdle before we can. Um, so they need tournaments to survive, especially even after their teens when they go into their younger 20s. There's actually some American pros who are very in America. There is a professional system, and there's some promising young people there. Um, but they have to make a living too, and so I think they need the environment has to change a little bit more for players in Europe and America to actually um, get to the top, and they will have opportunities if they have equal um, rewards, basically. Rick Rubenstein's asked about my participating in U.S. tournaments. Part of it was the fact that the rules were changed, and in many of the tournaments they were requiring me to be a resident of America to represent America, and so there was that thing that made it a bit more difficult. And the year I stopped playing in the Fujitsu Cup was a time when I won through the elimination tournament to become the Japanese representative in that tournament. And I decided that if I could do that, maybe I should try to do it again. And so it was a combination of um, my own preferences, because it was a lot of work just to travel to America and combat the time zone difference and stuff like that when I was playing these tournaments, the eliminations that were played in America, and also the fact that the rules were making it a bit more challenging for me to represent America. All right, it's time for my okay. It's time for my lunch break. I have to take a break here. I think it's a good point in the game for us to break off for a little bit, and I'll be back. I This time I'm going to say I'm going to be back in an hour, and so I'll show you. You can continue to watch the moves, and I will be back. So thanks everyone for watching, and I'm going to take a little break here. Hello, I'm back. Does everyone hear me? Is the sound okay? Okay, very good. I'll go back to where I left off last time. And if I catch up to the game this time, maybe we can start from the beginning and go through the game once more. So, this was about where we finished last time. And black played here to stop white from connecting underneath. So this starts an attack on the white group. Basically, the idea is that if black immediately plays here, then white can squeeze. And this is going to be very painful for black. Basically because the white group is completely alive and black has not gained so much territory. And so it's, in all ways, this is a failure for black. So the meaning of this move is that if white black can connect in one direction or the other. So if white plays something like, something like this would stop black from connecting to the group in the lower left area, but then black would actually be able to capture this stone with no problem. In fact, even if white fills a liberty, then black is winning this. So that's one threat. And of course, if white plays on the other side, then black, for instance, can just play here to connect up. And this works for black. So black is starting to try to attack white, and depending how white handles it, black's going to be reinforcing this black group in the lower left area. So white switched to this side. Sorry, let's get back to the game. White switched to this side. Now this move was probably bad. It took me by surprise, at least, because white has a fairly large area, or what looks like it could become a large area in the center of the board. And it seems more natural, for instance, to play something like this and something like this to build the center. And this is the idea that I would have. And those stones that white has on the left side, they're not really in any immediate danger. For instance, white could always start doing stuff like this and should be able to handle that with the implied threat that white, at some point, white will be able to do stuff like this. And there is some threat against those black stones on the left. I can discuss that in more detail later, but for the very least, white can play here and can start to get some eye space as this. For instance, if white needed to make ice, white would be able to do it with something like this, with an eye on the fourth line and another eye around the move at 5. So I don't think those white stones are in any immediate danger. And I don't really like this sequence of moves here. And I think the score was going down for white as white played them, actually. And that's because white is pushing black towards the area that white was trying to surround in the center of the board. That area is disappearing. And so white's pushing black out in the wrong direction. And I think this is where white seemed to lose most of the lead that white had. And so there comes this weird looking move. And this is to stop white from connecting underneath. So for instance, let's just play some move on this side. Then white could play here and wedge here. And if black covers, white cuts, and white can connect underneath. And white has holes, but the fact that black is in has a shortage of liberties. So if black pushes through this way, then eventually black will be an Atari, and it's not amounting to anything. Or if black pushes out the other way, same story. Eventually that Atari on the second line is going to be forcing. Black cannot accomplish very much from this. So white would squeeze to connect on the second line, and that would save all these stones to the left and settle the whole group. And there is a slight amount of aji with a cut here later. It's probably not going to work in the near future because of white's shortage of liberties, but it is something that could happen eventually. So black played here, and white doesn't really want to simply connect. That would be a nihilist shape, relatively. So it's good for white to play towards the side. And black moves out. Black's trying to attack this white group. So this diagonal move here, it's a move with no points attached to it. And so if white can settle this group on the left in a relatively elegant fashion, then this black move on the fifth line there is going to be ineffective relatively. So that's white's plan. Black has to get some kind of a attacking potential here on the left side. And the reason I don't like this move that black has played is because, for instance, white can try stuff like this, and it could be a bit painful. For instance, if this happens, black would have to deal with the cut. Waylon has just joined and asking about pushing black into the moyo. That's these moves that white played in the upper side. I don't agree with them either, so I think you have the right idea. So this kind of thing, or if black plays here, white can bump against and play a hane underneath, and black cannot continue to attack. It would turn out something like this. In this variation, black will have to remember that the corner is not 100% alive. So black would have to quickly go after these stones. Stuff like this can happen in this variation, and it's a bit troublesome. So although white has to start with the left side, leaving that weak point there is a liability for black locally. So white has stopped black from connecting these black's three stones towards the side. So if white gets to play this move, then it will become difficult for black to save those three stones. When I say difficult, I mean there's going to be a ko or something, maybe, but it's going to be difficult for black. So black counterattacked with the peep here, and this is threatening to push through and cut or play the double peep. The double peep might be more realistic in this case, and black would push through and cut here. Cutting next on the fifth line or the second line would capture the white stones. So white answered here. And this move, it's a very tenacious attack. So I think white's game plan here, while black still does have an advantage in territory, black has less than 30 points on the upper side. It's less than 30 points. So that then black has something like 10 points in the lower right corner, and it's still hard to calculate the upper left corner, which is probably at least 15 points, but maybe a bit more. So how much does that add up to? It's something like 60 points almost. I mean 50 points, excuse me. So white is playing here and trying to take away the eyes from this black group. When black curls around there, white's probably going to squeeze. It's not really clear who is attacking who at this point. Conscious Briggs is asking, is protecting at M4 bigger than playing a move to reduce white's moyo on the bottom? And I believe the question is about this black's move here. This move is, as I was showing in the variation, it stops white from connecting up on the second line. And the value of this move is not just the territory. It means that white will have pretty much living shape already. And that's what makes it so important. The fact that white has a living shape means the pressure is taken off of white in the local fight, and actually it will make it easier for white to surround the center in the future of the game. Whereas when black plays this move to take away white's base, relatively, at least white's not going to scoop out the upper right territory while taking a base. It's the attacking potential in this local area is going to help black reduce the moyo. And white's moyo in the center of the board is already pretty much decreased by the fact that white played from what I would view as the wrong side with this jump, pushing black into the center. It means that now white doesn't have much potential in the center of the board anyway. Okay, this is black g5. And Howard Landman asks, instead of g5, how about the hane at e6? e6? I think that must be this move. That's a good question. Black would like to extend here. This looks quite feasible. I would like the shape in this move much better than the shape in the move played in the game. Now this, black could settle this, but just by playing here, it would be relatively peaceful. Or if black played here, then it's either going to be a squeeze or a call. Like if black plays here, black can win by one move. Just to spell out the scenario here. Black is winning by one move. But white would be getting a very strong potential attack in the center of the board against these black stones. So that would be actually okay for white. It might be better for black to play this move. And the covariation was when black cuts here. And this would probably be a bit too dangerous. Let's see, where does white play a ko threat? White could play something like this, for instance. And the ko is just so big that black cannot afford to lose it. So this would be bad news for black, probably. So black moved out. Yes, and white extended. Black does have a very weak local position. So when white extends here, I think white is going to continue. I've caught up with the game. I think if black connects here, white is intending to continue with one push here. And if black extends, white will just keep on pushing. Or if black plays here, white can cut once and escape with the stones in the center. That would be bad for black. It would be dead already. If black connects on the other side, white will probably just squeeze here. It's hard to say which is, probably this is better. And black would have to come back here. Maybe once. Black would have to protect somehow. Now, if white stops the connection with this move, white has only 3 liberties, and black has 4. So white's going to lose this semi, the race to capture. So if white plays a safer move locally, then of course it's easy. Let's have this. What variation shall I choose? This variation. So if white plays a safer move, this would allow black to connect underneath, and there would still be the weak point here, which is a problem for white. So white's probably not going to play either of those, and instead white will probably push through here. So in the game, white has extended. Playing in this playing in this area is probably not so attractive. It's not that much of a squeeze. Like something like this would not really, it wouldn't be what I would call a squeeze. That's pretty hopeless for black. And black has to get back to this point anyway. It's a very heavy shape. So I'm expecting black to probably connect on this on the third line here. That's what I would want to do. If white tries to cut like this, then black can connect. Actually, black can push through here. And this looks like it's going to be, it's okay for black. Even if black immediately plays here, black's already winning the semi. So it means what black even has time to play here. Yeah, so this would not be good. And white's going to pull back immediately. And black has various ways to connect, but probably best just to connect like this. Actually, playing this move at some point, it did come up in some of the variations, but usually black is aiming at the cutting move here. So it is a vulgar move. And white will play here anyway in this variation. And it's actually not very, it's not functioning very well in this variation. So it's usually better actually to keep it in reserve when black does something like this in the actual game. It's better to keep that in reserve, and in the case that white backs off, black doesn't actually need to play that move. I think this is a good time for me to go back to the beginning and take a look at some of the opening moves. I want to go through the game from the beginning. For people who came in the middle and to pass the time, you might say, until we get some more moves. So the game started with black playing. This opening is something that I have studied a little bit for an opening that black might play, and it works well with the modern two-space corner enclosure. And white has played a more balanced opening with a star point and a 3-4 point, which allows black to jump into the 3-3 point here. And this here, in this case, I think it's okay for white to extend with the potential moyo on the lower side. For instance, if white were to play this joseki, which is certainly very popular, white's wall is not optimally, it's not in an optimal direction. First of all, the ladder is not going to work for white, and black is reducing the potential of white's corner enclosure in the lower left corner. So I don't really like the direction of play here for white, when white does not have much possibility, doesn't have much potential on the right side. And black played this. It's locally, it's over an extension, and I think that the idea behind this move is to play an attachment here as immediately as the next local move, and to cut, which is actually a very strong variation here. And it depends on the ladder. So white's response to that move here was a ladder breaking move. So now if black plays the attachment here, white can, the attachment, white can cover on this side, and black's strongest local move being this. When the ladder favors white, it's just bad for black. This is just a collapse. There's also a move here that is often played. This move really requires a black stone at the H17 point on the right, so it doesn't work immediately. So white played a ladder breaking move and invaded on the left. So with this move, white is punishing black's overextension, which black was maybe hoping to deal with it with, for instance, something like this might happen. White maybe plays here. This kind of variation could happen in which black is connecting up and making a living shape on the side, which takes away some of the value from white's move at 1. And white countered that by playing a ladder breaking move that makes it impossible for black to play that variation. So it would have been more natural, I think, for black to continue. For instance, this would be making a very good shape on the left side, although it took 2 moves. And I would probably play this one, though. A more active move, putting some pressure on white in the local fight, and sort of forestalling white from invading the left side. So I would be tempted to do something like this. And the game move lets white take the initiative here. But KJ is fine with that. The question about, let's see, who was it who originally made that question? Josher850. Do pro players ever share insight as to why they played a questionable move after the game? And the answer to that by Rick Rubenstein is very correct. Japanese pros, at least, often had long post-game discussions. And that changed before the pandemic because the rules became stricter about staying in the room when when neighboring games were in the overtime. So when a neighboring game is in overtime and they're doing the Byoyomi thing, reading out seconds, it's done by a clock most of the time nowadays. It can be distracting to have other players in the room who are discussing their game. And so it became necessary for the players to leave the room and meet in a separate room when they wanted to discuss the game. In the old times, that was not done. They would immediately start the game after game discussion. And originally that was considered okay, but now they have to leave the room. And the fact that there's this transition stage where they have to leave the room and meet again in a separate room to discuss the game, it has reduced the amount of after-game discussions that are being done. And after AIs, it changed again, I think, because some players began to have the opinion that it's just more reliable to ask the AI. And so they would have their after-game discussion with an AI instead. And then some players would include the AI and include the players too. So it has sort of gradually changed the way we do the after-game discussion. The fact that we have AIs has changed that. Yes, Can't Stop the Signal says, watched the live stream for a Hoimbo game recently, and Ichiriki and his opponent reviewed for well over an hour. Yes, and they do that, yes. And the fact that you got to see it is because they stayed in the same room. And the reason they could do that was because they were the only game being played, probably in that area. So so they weren't interfering with anyone by continuing the after game discussion. And so now black has escaped towards the center, and this white invasion mostly is taking advantage of the fact that black's corner enclosure is a two-space corner enclosure. And that means that white has some extra forcing moves against it. So for instance, if that had been a tighter one-space corner enclosure, then white would have had a different approach here. But since it's a two-space, white can play these forcing moves against it and take a active position on the left side. So I did show this once before, but this variation, which seems so natural for black, is actually very good for white when white can squeeze like this. And this would be a very strong living shape that white has on the left side. It's already living. And so that would mean that the black group on the other side, the floating group on the left side of the board, it would become very weak. So this would be a bad exchange for black. Black's not really even gaining much territory out of it. So black played away. The real follow-up move for black, when black does want to play it, is what happened later in the game. This move would be the stronger way to do it. So black invades here, and white played away. So this is a kind of a counterintuitive sequence here where you would expect white to play a local move. White basically has a choice of just simply protecting the corner, which would be normal, I guess. I think this would be a normal move that I would consider. Or to move out in between the black groups. But even if black does something like this, black is getting the territory on the lower side. So this could happen, or black could play a bit more aggressively with something like this. In either case, black is going to move into the lower side, and so white has to attack strongly on the left side of the board in order to make this worthwhile. So it was interesting and maybe a good idea for white to play away like this. It took me by surprise. And black is trying to form a territory in the upper right area. And so at this point, white doesn't want to just give up that one stone. So that would be this variation again. White playing here and here. I think that's a pretty solid territory in this case, and it's too much. So white can't really afford to do that, but took the opportunity to play here. And instead of playing the ko immediately, the better move would have been to play here. This is something that was in the computer analysis that I did earlier today. And it also just simply makes sense to me for white to play this way. If white can get a position on the upper side, that's going to be satisfying for white. But if black plays like this, it's still, this is locally just very dangerous for black. Black's probably going to lose those two stones anyway. Or if black crawls, this would be going for some side territory, but white would play here. And there would be the threat of this move, which is threatening to cut here. So white would start with this move and cut. So that would be bad for black. Or if black plays on this side, white can squeeze a bit from this side. So I think all of these variations are pretty good for white. But in the game, he played the ko. And Katago was always, in this variation, a few times, was suggesting this move for black, which is putting some pressure on white, in that white will have to start the ko now at the two point. And probably black will just win that ko. So that would give black a very big territory there, about 30 points in the upper right corner. Connecting in the second line is probably bad, with this move becoming more effective than before. So that exchange in the corner was a good exchange for white. It was a kikashi. Rick Rubenstein asks, what about a direct pincer? I think we're talking here about the lower side. Pincering here is, this is an option. In this game, I think black would answer with this move. Maybe something like this. Or black might start with this before doing that. So black's aim would be to make this attack in the corner make it function if possible. So for instance, this position would allow this to work for black. This would be a good result for black. And white would probably, after playing here, pulling back like this, maybe something like that would change what happens in the corner, but it would still be possible. This time black would push. So black does have something that black might do towards the corner, and it would be this attachment. And if white plays on this side, this is going to resemble the game very much. For instance, something like this might happen. And black would be able to live. Black would have no trouble here. So in the game, white continues the ko, and black attacked here first. And I was surprised to see black play those 3 moves in the lower left corner and then play away. And white starts to attack on a large scale. And this was a strong local move. And black pulls back. So this is a point where it's getting very tactical and difficult to read the position out. But black probably lost something here. This is a point where the computer analysis gave white a good score in this trade. And so this is probably where black should be hanging onto these stones. So let's make a variation by playing here. And in this variation, I did go into this just a little bit in the first commentary. It looks like black's going to be able to live. First of all, if white plays a move on the outside without filling a liberty, well, if we assume this kind of thing, this might be not the best variation for white, but if we assume something like this, it's going to be a ko at this point, and black has more liberties than white to start with. If we assume this move, maybe slightly better for white, but in this case, black can always get the ko here. So that's dangerous too. So it's not such a scary variation for black. I think white has to add a stone here, and black can get what looks like a living shape with this move. So it's not in any danger here. And in this variation, black's stones on the side would also be relatively strong. So for instance, if we have something like, well, white could always, let's see, I have to change that a little bit. Black will probably push here. And here, yes. So if we have somehow black living in this shape, then this group on the side is actually fairly strong with a forcing move on the first line here. So it's this shape, and black has moves like this to look forward to. So this looks actually like black should have no trouble making a life. In the game, black backed away from this. Probably the score for white was slightly better than black. It's not a big deal. And I didn't like this move. So in this move, with this move, I think white should have played from the center. And yeah, this really looks so much better. The upper side is not so big. If white's going to invade the upper side, maybe white should have done it from white's weak group on the left. So that would be reinforcing white on the left while reducing the upper side. But the most natural move to play would be this. And if black adds a stone to the upper side, white has a big center. So I think this would have been better. And this, in the game, white seems to be trying to, for instance, trying to set up a cut here. So it would take a few moves actually. But if white gets a fairly strong position on the outside, white can start to be thinking of cutting here and forcing black to take those stones off the board, which would be gaining several points. But obviously black is not going to allow that, and black moves out into the center. It means that white's potential in the lower half of the board in the center area has been diminished quite seriously. So I didn't like that exchange for white. And white plays here. This is threatening to connect underneath. So if black plays on this side, white can connect up underneath with this sequence. And this would be good for white. White would not only take away the black territory there, but also is pretty much alive. And James Sedgwick is giving us the AI score, saying that even though the whole sequence here might be bad, it's still not so bad for white if you look at the AI score. This is always very subtle, and like even if we have the numbers that James gave us was 53 to 48%, even larger differences with AIs, it can just be a point or so. So like throughout this game, the AI analysis seems to be wavering around from 2 or 3 points for one side to the other side. So it is moving around a lot, but all of those differences, even something like 3 points, that's a difference that can easily be overturned in a human game. And back to this sequence question, does black actually have to connect at M6? And it's pretty important actually, because if white does play here and gets to cut here, well, there's this trouble with the cut at this point. So for instance, I guess white needs another move here. If white gets to cut here, this would be trouble for black. So potentially or eventually black's going to have to put a stone back in the black territory. And so it would be a gain move for white. So that's why I'm having black connect here, just to display the fact that white can connect underneath. So I think it was necessary for black to add that stone at L4. And white has started to attack the black group on the left side. And of course, white's group on the left side is weak too. So it's a very subtle balance of strength here. And, oops. So black curled around here and white extended. Black has a couple of cutting points. So black started with this. And if white pushes through and cuts, then black can start with this. And white has to answer. White has to answer again. And black can capture these stones that white has in the center. So that would not be good for white. So white protects, and black also has to protect the cut. And the value of this variation for white is that the black group on the left, locally it has just the one eye. So white has reduced black's eye space, and black plays here. So with this move, this is sort of offering a ko, I guess. If white plays here, then black can wedge or play the hane, depending on how black wants to do it. But if black wedges and plays here, then we have a ko starting. In the game, let's see what happened in the game. I haven't seen this part yet. So white played here. Okay. So in this variation, if black wedges here, white is going to fill a liberty here. And black will play an Atari maybe. If white connects, then this would be good for black. Black would get an eye here and capture the white group. But white's probably going to play the ko. Maybe this way. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So that would be a ko. I think this would be, with white has ko threats in the upper right corner. So white could start with this one, which would be a very forceful ko threat. So maybe that's bad for black. And black pushes through. So we have a trade here. And so black's really being busy in this variation. Now let's take a look at the territory again. White probably has something like 40 points on the lower side, but that's going to change from here on. Black has about 25 points in the upper right, about 10 points in the lower right, a few points on the left side. So let's call that 40 points in all. And black has a fairly sizable territory in the upper left area. I think black will capture the 3 stones, for instance, with something like this and something like this. Black will have close to 30 points there. So that's 30, 55, 65, almost 70 points that black has. So white's way behind in territory once more. This looks like it's going to be a difficult game for white to win by territory. Oh, the curling move. Yes. James Sedgwick says this feels very similar to the game 1 with white giving up points. And in game 1, of course, it was the same Shin Jinso, but he was with, Shin Minjun, Shin Minjun, but he was with black giving up points, of course. And the curling around. This is Howard Landman asking, should black block at D13 instead of curling around? And this at G13 is this move that black played here. And that's a good question. Blocking here looks like it, oh, sorry. Blocking here looks like it's the safer move, but it would allow white to reinforce like this. And it would take the bite out of a move like this that black was thinking of playing. In this case, white can connect all the stones like this, whereas before that exchange, there was an actual danger that black would push through here and cut white off. So it's that difference there that is making white want to play the game move and hope to get this exchange in. And it's what makes black try to avoid that by curling around. So it's a kind of almost like a fighting spirit thing, a kiai thing that they talk about. And in this variation, black has not really lost so much except for his eyes, and KJ is used to that. He doesn't think he needs to make eyes. And so black plays here, hoping to connect underneath, and it led to this trade where black breaks through into the center and is getting a lot of territory. And he doesn't have two eyes, but black does have what looks like one eye on the left side. So it's pretty close to being one eye. And is actually, I like the way he heads into the moyo when he's trying to make a life instead of just jumping. So as I was saying, black does have a sizable amount of territory. I guess this upper right territory is a bit less than 25 points, but I would count close to 10 points for the lower right corner and a few points for black on the left side. So that does add up to something close to 40 points. And then black has, well, at least 25 points in the upper left. I would give a round number of 30 to that. It looks like it's more than 25 points. If we assume something like this, then black has swallowed up those 3 stones. Looks close to 30. So that adds up to 70 points. That's a lot of territory. White hasn't been getting any territory in the whole sequence. Most of the time, white was just pushing black into white's moyo. So the direction of play here is, I think it's a bit questionable for white. But now the game, and this is basically, I think this was an only move for white. White has to attack very, very strongly here. And black can only make one eye at this point. So if white had played, for instance, some players might think this looks like a safe move. This would just make it easy for black to save those stones, and the lower side would not be good enough to win the game. It's just not enough territory. So white is, it's also a kind of a shape move. It's a vital point, taking away black's eye space. And the follow-up, it looks like Shin Minjun is sort of short in time in this game. The natural follow-up has white playing like this, making it relatively difficult for black to make 2 eyes. So we're going to see KJ trying to live again in this game. W. Zhang is quoting it's a common Go saying that living with dragons is usually easier than slaying dragons. Although, old timers will just call them big groups, but it's the same meaning. And looking at black's shape on the left side, it sort of looks like an eye, but it's probably not completely safe. So, for instance, if white were to play here, it looks like white should be able to take away that eye. Or at least it's going to be a ko. This would be a ko. If white plays here, this is not going to work because of the double Atari here. And similarly, this move is the same problem, in which white runs out of liberties. So it's only the ko. So it's pretty close to being one eye for black. Of course, if white plays the normal sequence, it's relatively easy to live. So something like this. So black does have one eye there in most cases. Like there is a desperate ko there for white to take away that eye, but it's mostly likely that that's going to be one eye. And it looks difficult for white to kill this. I think Shinjinso is probably running short on time at this point in the game. I mean, sorry, I meant Shin Minjun. Peter is asking, is there any chance they planned this all out when J16 was played? And that's the attachment on the lower side, and I would say probably not. It just happened. James Sedgwick was asking about the ko on the left that I was showing. Well, first of all, it has to be, we have to get to a situation where it's actually, it has something to do with it. Because for the time being, this ko is not directly connected to the life or death of the black group. So it's not really an issue yet. And so we won't really know whether it's desperate or not until the time comes. So it will depend on how this fight in the center, how that develops. That will change the valuation of that ko. Hmm. I would say the game still depends on how white can attack black here in the center. So white could try a direct attack with something like this. Um, this would probably be relatively easy for black because black does have um, the option of sliding into the side here. Or white might try something a bit more. Aha. Or white could try, I was going to say white was going to try something like this, which would be a something like this, that is, which would be a less direct attack, and it would be looking to get some profit in the corner, changing this black territory that I was calling 10 points to 4-point black territory, gaining some territory for white on the sides in the meanwhile. So this would be a way for white to play if white was trying to win by territory, I think. And this move might still come up later in the attack. And white takes the 4 stones. So this is reducing black's eye space there, while taking away the eye. Let's see, how is black's eye faring in this variation? I think black's local move still has to be the connection on the 3rd line. Oh, in which case white can take away the eye. So this is actually the best way for white to play locally. And it's taken away black's eye on the left. So if black plays here, white can play here and escape in this direction. So this would save those stones. And since white has started with capturing the black stones in the center, white can connect up now. So that worked. Or if black plays here, white can play here. In this variation, again, the fact that white has taken 4 stones in the center, it makes it possible for white to take away black's eye. So that's going to be true of moves like this also. It's the same story in which black cannot make an eye in the corner in this case, because white has captured the 4 stones. So if black starts with b16, now this is threatening to connect up to this side. Black has to find a way to stop that. If black plays here, white connects up anyway. So if white connects up in that direction, this will just be a full side. If black plays here, white can attach underneath, and this connects up to the corner. So let's just go through one move at a time. If black plays here, then white can play here to take away that eye. So this position white has in the corner with all those stones that white has captured is giving white potential to do stuff like this. And so black doesn't really have any. I think this is the best bet for black in this. But again, white can take away the eye with this. So white has gained some territory by taking those 4 stones, and at the same time white has taken away black's eye. Um, 6 Seth is asking what if white played c13 before d15. c13, b13 is a bad exchange for white. Because if white does that, this exchange would allow black to make an eye with this move. So it doesn't work for white. It's better not to have that stone, so that if black plays this way, then white can play this way to take away the eye. This would also take away black's eyes. So capturing the 4 stones, actually, locally it was the best move, taking away black's eye space. Tencent AI thinks that black is going to win by 70%. That's Yang C who gave us that information. I don't always trust the AIs when it's a big live or die position like this. It's really just, first of all, it's not likely that the human players will play the same variation that the computer did. Can't stop the signal says, I wonder how it reaches that conclusion. That's something, it's very hard to figure that out when one's using an AI, a computer program. So black is eyeless and is going to try to make some eyes in the center of the board. White has, in the lower left corner, white has about 30 points. People are talking about the winning rates that computers give. PC Screen says that as long as the win rate is below 90 for a human game, the game is still undecided. I've seen top professionals fighting for some title or something who have gone above 90%, so something like 95%. In some games, that only means a half-point difference. Towards the end of the game, the computer is so confident it's getting consistent results, so it can give a 95% advantage to the winning side in a half-point difference, which is a difference that can easily be overturned in a human game. And so I've seen top professional games overturned after a 95% difference. Humans can make mistakes in in-game. Conscious breaks. I agree totally. And the computer win rates are becoming, you might say, more exaggerated as the computers become stronger. And to use a kind of a human phrase, they're more confident in their assessment of the situation. Um, so they give higher win weights. They give higher win rates to similar to positions that would still be very undecided in human games. Derek Lai asks, do I think pro players understand the mathematical theory behind AI? Well, you should have seen me, you can still see me in the videos that I did for DeepMind, the games that Lee Sedol played against AlphaGo. The, um, and they tried to explain it to me when I asked it online. When we were doing that, there were very long streams, and so like 5 or 6 hours to each game. We spent some of the time talking to the DeepMind team. They tried to explain me what was going on, and you can just look at my face as that happened because I was drawing a blank sometimes. I think now I understand a little bit more, but I'm definitely not a computer programmer. And in this position, my gut feeling is that black should be able to survive. But I don't know. Oh, it's K15 an eye for black? Black cannot make an eye in that way. That's a good question, though. So that was Yang C, and asking if black can make an eye that's with this move. And the problem with this move is that white has a forcing move here, and can connect up the stone. So it would be from an Atari from the wrong direction. And if black plays this way, then obviously black is getting cut off here. And it's just that extremely strong position that white has in the corner, making anything possible. Like that. In some cases, this would look dangerous for white, but it's no problem for white when white has such a strong local position. So white can save that stone. Actually, if black plays an Atari from this side, black will be able to capture this white stone in the center. So that would be, in this case, white would not be able to escape. And although white might try to look for this move, in most cases, this is going to be forcing for black. So if black plays an Atari from this side, then black will be able to make that eye, capturing the one stone. It's a move that we might see happening at some point later in the game. Is b5 ever going to be an important move? Let's see, who asked that question? I'm sorry, I lost it. b6. That's Kevin Wu. And that move, black probably is not going to have to play it because, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Because if white has to escape out into the center with a move like this, and the local move like pulling back here can get surrounded from the center. So it doesn't look like it's going to be very good for white. But if white plays this way, black's going to take this way. So in this case, black would not ever have to play at the b6 point. Oh, terrible jokes. It says that she has used up his time. So yeah, that's a great. Thanks for the help. I wanted to know that. I had the feeling that he must be fairly short. So that's it's a bad time in the game to be running out of time. I would want plenty of time to try to figure out what's going on here in the center. It looks very difficult to. It looks difficult for both players, but if I was playing with white, I would still have the feeling I have to have something to get some value out of this attack because white has close to 30 points in the lower left corner, but it's really hard to calculate the other territories. Like they're still maybes and not so big. Yes, so white plays here. And we can see black's not giving up anything. And that's very much like KJ. This Atari in the corner is a huge move. I think they have 40 seconds for each move, maybe 5 times. And that's can't stop the signal who was asking that. In Korea, as someone noted in the first game of this series, in Korea, they seem to have switched to 40 seconds over time. In Japan, it was always 1 minute, and then in some games it was 30 seconds. But for some reason, the Koreans have come up with 40 seconds in between. Well, the numbers aren't important. I think it's a good time, a good amount of time. 1 minute would allow the player I think 40 seconds is putting some pressure on the player who's in overtime, even if he's a top professional. And I was saying this move in the corner, it's a huge move. If black were to add a stone to the center group, then white would get these two forcing moves, and this would just be 4 points for black. And in this variation, I would be a bit more serious about counting the territory. It looks like white's getting a lot of territory out of this. So the upper side, the right side, white's going to get various territories there, and suddenly has a fairly large amount of territory. In this variation, I'd say that the game is close at least. Maybe I would even like white. So it's very subtle, the advantage that black has here. If black plays a slack move, it's going to go away immediately. Okay, so white is cut in the upper right corner. And what is white trying to do here? So there's some aji with this move. So if black, for instance, plays away, then white's strongest local move would be to play a hane here. And if black plays here, that's a snapback, of course. So, and if black connects underneath, we're going to assume that the ko is good for white. Well, it's going to be a ko there in this case. It's going to be a ko to kill the black group. So this is the threat that white is showing here when white cuts. Locally, black can just play a hane here. And it's no problem. So white's trying to set up some attack in the center of the board. Maybe putting this group that black has on the left in Damezmari. I don't know. It looks difficult. Maybe this one. This looks like it could be dangerous for black. There's a ko involved. It's going to be a ko. So he's asking, trying to find how black answers. So black played an Atari here. White cuts. And so this is going to be a ko locally, but obviously white's probably going to be able to win the ko. So if we assume something like this and something like this, black is okay locally because black has put that one white stone in Atari. If white plays here, then black can answer on this side. So if white plays here, then black can capture the one stone. So it looks like it's not a big problem for black. And white still has to find a very forceful way to continue this attack in the center of the board. Okay, that's a shape move. Kevin Wu is asking how many moves I can visualize in my head. And that's actually a tricky question because it's very slippery. For instance, in forced positions, even very weak players can read ahead a sizable number of moves. And one example of that would be a ladder. It would be an example just about any player can read out the ladder, and that's dozens of moves at least, or it could be hundreds of moves. For instance, like if you do one of those old board ladders that turn around, like Nakayama's Heart, for instance. PC Screen says that Lilo can't read ladders. I think that's changing. Um, Sometimes Leela is okay with ladders, and sometimes Leela still makes mistakes. So it goes back and forth depending on the neural network. It looks like it could be a co-like situation here. Hmm. Hmm. Well, this could be a ko or it could be an eye, one eye for black. But I still don't see where the second eye is going to be. So for instance, in this variation, black has one eye. And I don't see how black's going to make an eye on the left. For instance, this move, white has a number of ways to save this, to take away this eye. For instance, even this would work. And connecting up to that stone at the 2-2 point. And that works for white. Hmm. So that didn't work. This one is dead. That's connected up. Okay, which moves did I do so far? So this one, that's dead. That's dead. And finally the honey. Cyphers is asking, do I consider myself a fan of KJ or some other current top pros? I wouldn't call myself a fan, but I do think I like KJ. I just don't see where he's going to make his second eye. Pirate Dunkelbart has asked about Pirate Dunkelbart has asked about Kosagin. Yeah, I'm a fan of Kosagin. Unfortunately, he's not contemporary anymore. So white it looks like white's going for the kill. I wouldn't really want in white's shoes. I would not want to be starting the ko here. The ko is a bit more problematic, I think, and that black will have ko threats. Black has a lot of ko threats in the center of the board, and does have a territorial lead. So I don't really like the ko variation, but it looks like white can play here and here and take away black's sides. And Peter is asking if black is really desperate, can he play at L16 and drop the tail? And I wouldn't call this a tail when we're talking about all of these stones on the left. That's too much. That would lose the game. This would be a win for white. At this point, I think it's fairly clear what the players have to do. White's only winning. I think white has to kill the black group. And of course, if black can live, I think it's going to be good for black. So it's pretty clear what's happening here now. That's a good question. That's what white was doing with these moves here. This is Conscious Breaks is asking, is there any potential to cut the white stones on the 10th and 11th lines? And it's sort of looks difficult. And this is basically what white was doing with all these forcing moves in the center of the board. White was making it possible to answer a move like this with a move on this side. And because of this white stone here at J12, it's not possible for black to cut. Black could try to force it with something like this and something like this. In general, it's not going to be very successful. So like, for instance, black could eventually manage to cut white off, but white's going to have a position on the left side. Sorry, like this. It still looks a bit too far away for it to be functioning well for black. Okay, so black pushed in the center. And you can see black is sort of trying to aim. So yeah, just to go back to that variation, if black pushes through and cuts here, again, this is sort of countered by those forcing moves white played in the center, which make this a valid squeeze. This is completely useless for black. So when black pushes here, black is looking more at this move. Yes. So this is the idea that black had. I don't really understand white's move that was played in the game. That's not really taking away an eye from black. And I'm talking about this move here. It's not really taking away black's eye. So maybe more normal for white to play this way, keeping the status quo. So it's all depending on whether black can make some trouble here in the center. Black is still having trouble making two eyes, but is going to use this move in an attempt to cause trouble for white. And if white is mainly trying to kill the black group, I still don't see why white would not play the connection here. This just seems the connection, or even this move. This would still be taking away black's eye space. So I find it hard to understand why white did not reinforce that side. And it looks almost as if he's thinking of trying to win by territory. And I would not have been thinking of that at this point of the game. Arthur is asking, is white reserving the option to back down and make some points? It's still possible. White hasn't made any serious losses so far. But it's not it looks like white has a chance to kill black, and it's not the strategy that I would take in this position. Okay. So for instance, if white plays this way, in this variation, let's have black do it this way. And we'll say white adds a stone in the center. The center is going to be okay. But black has this move, which is going to be troublesome. And this would be a bit dangerous for white. White would maybe lose those stones there. And so, but if I played this move for white, oh sorry, if instead white plays this move, and we play the same variation, now this time white can back away here, and it's completely connected. So there's a big difference if white has reinforced this area, and it doesn't make so much difference to the black eyes here on this side. And so that's something that I just don't understand, and it's a question that's I'm going to have to check out some later time. Pirate Dunkelbart is asking about the coordinates. And actually the coordinates on this board are a bit unusual because if you look at around the center of the lower part of the board, there's an eye. And most coordinates are actually skipping the eye, so that because it resembles a 1. And so they skip the eye usually. So it's a bit unusual in this set where it does have an eye. Otherwise, there's traditional Japanese coordinates which use Chinese characters, and I think they must have them in China too. They have coordinates that use Chinese characters for numbers instead of the alphabet. And so there's a number of conventions for the coordinates, and it means that just about anything goes as an end result. So white avoided that variation where black is going to have this strong move here, which would be trouble for white. And white avoids that. Oh, jumped ahead, sorry. So white avoids that. This looks like it's gonna, black's gonna survive now. So black pushes through and cuts. And there you go, like if white takes the 4 stones, then black is going to get these stones on the left. And I think it was just, I'll go back to the move that I think is the culprit. I think it was just this move here, which let black off the hook. Like if white had simply covered here, it's not a problem. Black's still not going to be alive, and white can answer this on this side. It doesn't look like there's any big problem there. For instance, even if black plays here and here, this would be a stronger attack maybe. It doesn't really look like it's going to work for black. Let's see, this would be exciting maybe. I'm not so sure about this variation. But white does have some potential to squeeze on the left here. With this move, for instance, threatening to capture the black stones. And if black answers that, then white can connect up this way. So I think white's okay. So I just don't understand why white did not play this move. And let's go to the game. In this case, white backed off, but does not have time to capture the 4 stones because black will capture white on the left. So white dodges here. Sorry, and that's okay. And black's going to get 10 points in the center of the board. Okay, maybe we should take a look at the territory. Black has close to 20 points in the upper left. I'll call it something like 25 points in the upper right. So that's 45, about 10 points in the lower right corner. And if black connects in the center, that's a good 10 points. So is that about 65 points? And white did get a lot of territory on the lower side. Yeah, white does seem to have close to 60 points, so maybe it's a close game now. Okay, so when white plays here, black has to protect on the right, otherwise it's going to be a ko. So I'm expecting this move. And this will not be a direct call. It looks like black has a few extra liberties. I don't think it's going to be a direct call. So let's do it this way. Oh, this is a direct call. Okay, so this is a direct call. And if black plays here, and this would be some kind of a call also. So white does have this move. It's going to be interesting. If it becomes something like a direct call, that's going to be decisive. Yes. So black does have to answer on the right. And for the time being, black will be gaining points by playing here. So the call here is, for instance, if black plays here and here, it's this call. So that would be a direct call. And if black takes this call, white has to fight the call. But eventually, black should probably protect on the right. Pirate Knucklebard is asking, was this white's plan when he made the K9 wall? And this wall in the center did make that possible. I would say white was probably thinking of something like this for quite a while now, because it links up with the move that white played, cutting at 05, and all of white's moves trying to surround that black group. White was trying to set up at least a race to capture in which black would be putting a lot of stones in. And when all of the liberties get filled like this, it became more possible. So that's something that was missing in my commentary there. I hadn't thought of this move. But I think that Shiminju must have been sort of heading towards this variation to start with. Yeah, sure. Black will. Let's see. Cyphus is asking, if black has to fight a call anyway, why not start it with the first move? But yeah, the right side is so big that at some point black is going to answer on this side. So and white's co-threats will be local. So on the whole, it's probably not going to make much difference to what happens here. Yes, R8 is big. Okay, black pushed through and cuts. So black is trying to establish a forcing move at this point. So when white plays here, and black pushes through here, black is trying to establish this forcing move, which will make a big difference in the ko here. So for instance, if it doesn't give white time to play all these forcing moves. So for instance, if white played here, black would play here. This is a great improvement for black when compared to the previous race to capture. But the question is, will white be so cooperative? Kevin Wu is asking, any chance for white to make progress at the top left? The top left looks like it's pretty much finished for the time being, because that's the black territory for the time. So there's nothing there. Saving a few stones in the center or playing some endgame move on the upper side are sort of interchangeable points, and they're not really relevant to the fight that's happening right now. So maybe not yet. And there's this ko pending on the right side, so it's a very volatile position we have right now. Okay, the way white's played, this is being played. When we look at the overall position, white didn't have a co-threat for the ko at r5. That's why white was not doing that. So for instance, if white plays here and black plays here, white's only co-threats would be maybe white, I'm not even sure of this one. This is not even sure. Maybe here. Maybe white has one co-threat there. But it's run out of co-threats now. So white didn't have enough co-threats for that call. So in this variation, white's going to be able to play the forcing move here. But there's a slight difference to what's happening on the upper side because of white's lack of liberties. So in this fight to capture, if white pushes through at 5, white's going to have to add a stone here, and black gets the key point here, which is going to give black an advantage in the ko. It's not a direct ko anymore. In fact, how close is it? It's not even a ko. So white would have, if white plays the normal way like this, then black can even win by filling from the corner. So white would have to make an eye. Something like this. White doesn't have time. Well, let's see what happens if white plays here. Now this would be a ko, I guess. So white has to play here. Means black should probably start. So black will just fight this ko. It's not a direct ko in this case. So that's what black was doing with these forcing moves on the left. Oops, sorry. And if white fails to push through here, then white can take this point, but then black takes this point. And also, this is not going to be a direct call. This is probably a one-step call. But in either case, there's going to be a ko here to finish the game. This is forcing towards the left. I didn't think of that move. So this move is threatening to play here and connect underneath to capture the 3 stones. And white will probably answer somewhere there. This looks like the key point, the vital point to me. Hmm. Maybe a one-step ko. Let's see. Maybe not. Let's see what this is. This is just territory, but black's going to answer it probably on the upper side. Let's see. How shall we have white continue here? It might be difficult to make a ko out of this. It's probably a one-step ko. White, it's not a direct ko quite. So white's playing territorial moves. It means we can count the score maybe. So black has 16, 18 points in the upper left, 10 points in the lower right, about 10 points in the center, 36. And we don't know what's going to happen on the upper side, but for counting's sake, I'll assume that black captures those stones. So that's something like 28 points. So that's 35, 50, 45, 65, about 65 points for black. I think white's pulled ahead in territory. So I think the idea here is that white's move here that I was questioning. Let's go back to that move. Maybe with this move he did have the idea that he could catch up in territory, and he was reading out this variation where he avoids the fight and is taking profit by starting this stuff on the upper side, which is still not resolved. And you can see white is gaining points on the upper side of the board. And it looks like he's heading into an endgame now. So just to make sure I didn't miscount that, that's something like 17. Let's see, what is this territory on the left? Less than 18 points. So 60. It's more than 65 points. But white does have a big territory on the lower side. Yeah, white has a lot of territory. Suddenly white has a lot of territory here. So if we look at the lower side, locally black is threatening to, looks like black is threatening to play the clamp here and connect up to the center. So that would connect up. And I think with the ko on the potential ko on the upper side, white doesn't really have the ko threats that white needs to win the ko. So that's why white is leaving it. So with this move, white has removed the threat of black playing here. And now that black group will not connect up to the center. So we have the right side is a big endgame move now. I would say black will extend on the right side. Maybe here. This would be the final big move. There's a big move in the center here. Also a big move. And nothing much, well, this is, at this point, this move even is big. And there's not so much left. Some endgame moves on the upper side. It all depends on what happens with that race to capture on the upper side. Looks like KJ is spending some time on his next move. And yeah, I was sort of surprised by how this turned out. Like I was thinking that white had to kill black. It looks like white has found a way to win without killing the black group. It's always pretty tricky to count with these games where white doesn't have any established territory but has a lot of potential areas. And so I think I was having a bit of trouble calculating that. But I think that white actually, in this position, let's go back to that the key position here, where I would be thinking that white has captured this black group. So I would be definitely going for this move, which would be a showdown. But it looks like it's going to kill the black group. I would be going for this one. I think the fact that he actually chose this move, taking the territory. I guess that signifies that he had some kind of a calculation, maybe not complete, but he had the calculation that he was going to have enough territory. Giving up some center territory, that's about 10 points that black got there. But white did get something back on the left, so I guess that was fairly even. And there's this, the upper side was maybe a bit painful for black because black was losing points there on the upper side when he extended his liberties. And this apparently was good enough for white. So we're coming to an end here. It's just some endgame plays. Let's see. Everything is pretty small now. I guess the upper side and the right side. And then finally the left side. When you have a fight like this, when it's a big fight, quite often you run out of endgame moves. Like everything has been, quite often, much of the shape has been fixed already. So there's a tendency to have less endgame moves. W. Zhang is asking, why didn't black grab the 019 endgame in Sente? Good point. When there's still a number of big moves to play, it usually doesn't make that much of a difference. But I think the fact that black has such a weak position all over the place, like for instance in the upper side, I think in this game white might actually play this way. And black would have trouble winning this ko. This ko would be dangerous for black too. And white would have ko threats on the upper side. Maybe he was afraid of this move. Yeah, match 3, if this goes as expected and Xi Minxin wins, the third match would be in a couple of days, I think. I don't think my schedule is going to allow me to do a live stream for that. I have it could even be tomorrow, in which I have, I'm doing a TV commentary for a different game. So I can't do it that day. I sort of have doubts about my schedule as far as the third game is concerned. Oh, KJ resigned. So that's it for this live stream. I'm still not 100% sure when the third game is going to be. I think it might be tomorrow, actually. But in that case, I will not be able to do a live for it. So sorry about that. Maybe I'll do a commentary at some later time if I find the game interesting. Thanks for all your comments. It was a lot of fun. And those of you who are interested in supporting me or playing teaching games, take a look at Patreon. And thank you for watching. So goodbye, everyone.